Sometimes he's going.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get started. Public notice of this meeting was properly posted at the South Carolina Board of Chiropractic Examiners Office, Synergy Business Park, Kingstree Building, 110 Centerview Drive in Columbia, South Carolina, 29211, and provided to all requested persons, organizations, and news media in compliance with Section 30-4-80 of the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. Members of this public who wish to attend, please select the following YouTube link, and you need to look that one up. So we're going to call this meeting into order. And has everybody looked at the agenda? Or a motion to accept the agenda?
Chairman, I make a motion to accept the agenda.
All right, do we have a second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor of accepting the agenda as it is, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. All right, the agenda is passed. Approval or disapproval of absent members. Do we have anyone that's supposed to be here that?
Mr. Chair, Dr. Thayer is not going to be
Okay.
here today.
And because he is in the Republic of Ireland, I think. So with only Dr. Thayer being absent, is there a motion to approve Dr. Thayer's absence?
Make a motion to approve his absence.
I second.
Any discussion? Love Dr. Thayer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Okay, so, all right, has everybody had a chance to go through the meeting minutes of last meeting?
Chair, I make a motion that the minutes be accepted with one correction, and the correction is it's Dr. Mike Guerin. There should be an N, G-E-R-A-N, who is president of PSCA. Dr. Guerin's name is misspelled.
Any other modifications or changes? Right. Would anyone willing to make a motion to accept the agenda as amended?
That motion?
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, there we go. We have a new board member. So our darling friend Patty Garcia rolled off the board, and now we have yet another wonderful person. And would you like to stand up and tell us a little bit about yourself and all the good work that you do?
My name is Karen Knupp. I am a CPA by trade. I'm a licensed CPA in the state of South Carolina. From public accounting into higher ed administration.
Welcome. Welcome. We're going to jump to our administrative reports. So, Office of Investigations and Enforcement Status Report.
Good morning. My name is Yarixa Alexander. I am the lead investigator for the Health and Wellness Board, and that includes the Chiropractic Board. The first report is for information only, and is the OIE status report. This information was collected from the beginning of the year until April the 30th, and at that time, we have received 11 complaints. We have currently 9 active investigations, and we have closed 9 cases.
Any member have any questions about the report? Move on to our next report. So do we need to have a motion to accept the report or not?
It's only for information only, Mr.
All right,
Chair.
very good. So, all right, now the Office of Investigations and Enforcement IRC report.
Yes, sir. So for the IRC report, the IRC recommended 4 cases for formal complaint.
We'll move on to the Office of Disciplinary Counsel.
Chair, I make a motion that the IRC report be accepted.
Second? Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so it is accepted. So this is Mr. Dong, who is another vice counsel for another board. Apologize for not having that introduction. Right, the ODC status report.
Morning. My name is Prentice Shealy. I'm your assigned attorney for prosecuting the disciplinary cases. For information only, I'll present our ODC status report. You currently have 6 cases in ODC, the Office of Disciplinary Counsel. 4 of those are pending agreements. You have none pending closure, and we have closed 2, one since January of 2027, sorry, 1 since your last meeting, 2 for the year. You currently have no cases in appeals, so out of those 6 cases, you'll see 3 of those today that will resolve. But from the IRC report, I'm getting 4 more, so never-ending story. But that is the status of our cases. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shealy. Board Chair remarks. Just a few days ago, really weeks ago, most of the board was able to travel to the great city of Atlanta for the National Board of Chiropractic Examiners and last Federation of Chiropractic Licensing Boards joint meeting. A lot of information was exchanged. We maintained our position with our advice from counsel, so it was a good meeting. Learned a lot of stuff, and of course, it was good to be back where I used to practice, where I started out 1,000 years ago. And just for the record, I had the best smelling office in the city of Atlanta. My front door was 50 feet from Fat Matt's Rib Shack. And if it had been cheaper, I would have eaten there every day. And that's all. So ready to jump to the, okay, go ahead, Mac.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. You want me to go ahead and get the financial report?
Yes.
Right now? Okay.
Jumped ahead.
And this is for information purposes only. Mr. Chair, members of the board, you have your financial report before you. The board's beginning cash balance, which was July 1 of last year, is $902,047.22. The board's revenue since that time period is $37,385. The board's direct expenses, $119,921.32. The board's shared expenses are $108,157.42, with a current balance of $711,353.48. That's your financial report, Mr. Chair, and the budget is in good shape right now.
And also, Mr. Williams, we're in a renewal year, so will this double up between now and the end of the calendar year?
I don't know about double, but it's definitely going to increase by the end of the calendar year. Yes, sir.
All right, so we were well-funded to continue to do the functions of the board.
That's correct.
Since I jumped the gun on one, we will go to our consent agreements.
Morning, that's me again. Wick, do we move into closed session for these? Since some of the consent agreements recommended private reprimand.
I make a motion that we go into closed session.
All in favor of going into closed session, say aye.
Aye.
We're in regular session.
I was going to say, Mr. Chairman, I make a recommendation at this time to accept both of the consent orders as they were presented to the board.
Second.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And we have accepted the consent orders as written. All right, next agenda item, application hearing. All right, this hearing is called to order. This is the matter of Dr. Eno Katola. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Sir.
Does any member of the board have reason to recuse him or herself from consideration of this application? Seeing none, we'll accept that. Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the chair. Mr. Williams, is the complete package in our materials?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
What questions did staff have concerning this request?
Yes, Dr. Katola submitted an endorsement application to the board. Dr. Katola has a current license in the state of New Hampshire that expires on October 14th, 2027. The issue regarding this application is Dr. Katola answered yes to personal history question number 3 on the application. It states, have you ever been disciplined or sanctioned with regard to a professional or occupational license by any licensing authority, professional association, licensed facility, or staff of such facility? Dr. Katola is appearing today to address this matter with the board.
Okay, did staff subpoena any other persons to be here today to answer questions we might have?
No, Mr. Chair.
And the applicant is present?
Sir.
Dr. Katola, are you represented by counsel?
No.
You understand that you have the right to be represented by counsel of your own choosing in this matter,
Yes.
and you are electing to waive your right to counsel and represent yourself today.
Yes.
Dr. Katola, do you have any witnesses that you intend to call to testify on your behalf?
No.
Dr. Katola, are you ready to show us why you should be granted a license despite the questions raised by staff?
Yes.
So I'm going to ask our court reporter to swear in Dr. Catola.
Raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Thanks. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
And Dr. Catola, we would like you to make your presentation and argument to the board.
Well, the said board in question was the State Licensing Board of Tennessee, Chiropractic, and it was regarding a chiropractic continuing education credit oversight. I can explain in detail what happened. My wife and I moved from New England to Tennessee in '22. I obtained my license in Tennessee early that year. And the first year of licensure, you were exempt from continuing education credits. So in '23, I renewed my license in Tennessee. In the summer of '23, I did my 24 hours required by the state. So in '24, I renewed my licensure. At that point, I moved to Virginia and was not practicing in Tennessee, nor was I planning to. So when '25 rolled around, early that year, I had intended to retire my license as required by the board. So in January of '25, 4 months prior to my license expiring, I sent in written notice to the board that I was wishing to retire my license. Well, in May of '25, I got a citation from the board stating that I needed to submit my hours or pay the fine. I paid the fine, case closed.
Did you practice open this up to other questions. Did you practice at any time in Tennessee without a Tennessee active license?
No.
Questions up to everyone else.
If you were retiring your license and you sent written notice, was there any reason you paid the fine versus arguing that you were just retiring?
Well, I called the board, and I don't remember exact details, but I believe they stated that I needed to either pay the fine or obtain those hours to continue licensure. I'm not exactly sure on the dates. In my mind, I'd already moved on from Tennessee, and I thought I had the proper dates and timing of the hours in order. Regardless, I called the board, and they suggested that I either do the hours or pay the fine, and I decided to pay the fine and move on. Like I said, I didn't even practice in Tennessee at all while I was licensed, so.
Dr. Catola, is it, just to be clear, you still have a valid license in New Hampshire, and you
Correct.
have no other disciplinary problems whatsoever except for this fine with Tennessee, is that correct?
That's correct. I have not been disciplined or citations of any sort my whole chiropractic career.
Thank you.
Doctor, real quick, so in your opinion, it was just kind of a crisscross of clerical errors, in your opinion, time-wise?
Yes, I think it was an oversight on my part, possibly. Regardless, it was peaceable between myself and the board, other than paying the fine and have the citation.
And for clarification, you're asking for opportunity to come and practice in South Carolina, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Take a moment to go into executive session to seek legal counsel from our vice counsel.
Make that motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. executive session. Does anyone have a motion that they would like to bring forward at this time with the,
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that Dr. Kitola be granted a license to practice in South Carolina.
Second.
any additional discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, Mr. Williams, what will it require for this young man to walk out of this room today with the South Carolina license?
You can meet with Jonathan. Jonathan can take care of him.
All right, does that satisfy you, Dr. Katola?
Yes, sir.
All right, welcome to South Carolina.
Thank you all.
All right, so you ready? This hearing is called to order. This is the matter of Dr. Jack Dwyer Scott. My name is Dr. Gene Garrison. I'm the chairman. The attorney advising the board is Hardwick Stewart. The respondent is Dr. Jack Scott. Do you understand that you have the right to be represented by counsel of your own choosing?
Yes.
But you are electing to waive that right and represent yourself instead, correct?
Correct.
Represented by Prentice Shealy, Assistant Disciplinary Counsel. Does any member of the board have reason to be recused from this hearing? Seeing nobody? This hearing will be conducted as informally as compatible with with an equitable presentation of both sides of the case and in compliance with the provisions of the Administrative Procedures Act, the Practice Act, and the regulations of the board. It is my understanding that the parties will present a memorandum of agreement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. The Assistant Disciplinary Counsel will present the memorandum of agreement, and the respondent will be allowed to address the board with regards to the findings of fact and violations agreed to in the memorandum of agreement. The respondent must be first sworn in, so we'll have that happen.
Morning. If you'll raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
All right, Ms. Shealy, you may proceed.
Good morning. We are here in the matter of Jack Dwyer Scott, license number DC 2788, OIE number 2025-28. We have a memorandum of agreement we'd like to put on the record. And for the newer board members, the memorandum of agreement is a little different than the consent agreements we did earlier. The consent agreement has the respondent admits to the violations, admits to the findings of fact, and the sanctions are already in the agreement. The memorandum of agreement, the respondent is admitting to the facts, is admitting to the violations, and then the board will decide if they accept the memorandum of agreement, and if they do, what sanctions you'd like to impose. So small difference in that there are no sanctions in this agreement. And I can put that on the record. The respondent was first licensed by the board in March of 2023. He allowed his license to lapse on November 1st of 2024. He was reinstated on July 16th of 2025. The board does have jurisdiction over the matter. He does have two prior consent agreements that I'll put on the record. In 2006-16, he signed a consent agreement on June 28th of 2028, where he admitted to failing to deposit prepaid payments into an escrow account, failing to perform or document an initial orthopedic evaluation, failing to perform or document an initial neurological evaluation, failing to document instances of billed treatment, and making inflammatory statements to a patient about their condition. The board imposed the following sanctions in the consent agreement: a public reprimand, 3 years of probation, a fine in the amount of $2,000, and 10 hours of continuing education. That consent agreement is attached as Exhibit 1. Excuse me. The second consent agreement was in case 2010-29 that was entered on May 23rd of 2013. He admitted that he had provided treatment to a patient who had undergone ACDF surgery in 97. He provided manual adjustments to the patient, and they began to experience numbness and pain in the extremities. The patient had to undergo a second surgery on their neck, and the respondent was unable to provide records upon request to the patient. The board imposed the following sanctions in the consent agreement: a public reprimand, a fine in the amount of $4,000, and a record-keeping course. That consent agreement is attached as Exhibit 2. The facts for this case, the stipulated facts, is the respondent was employed at Advanced Medical Solutions in Myrtle Beach at all times relevant. He failed to submit a renewal application for the 2024-2026 renewal cycle by the deadline, and his license was put in lapse status on November 1st of 2024. On about March 17th of 2025, the board received a reinstatement application from respondent in which he acknowledged that the status of the license was lapsed. That reinstatement application is attached as Exhibit 3. The respondent could not file the renewal application due to his license being lapsed and had to file the reinstatement application, thus acknowledging that his license was not active. On or about March 18th of 2025, the board sent the respondent a letter advising him that his application was deficient and that the board would need a copy of a Social Security card, a passport photo, and proof of continuing education. That letter is attached as Exhibit 4. On or about June 4th of 2025, the board received a complaint from a patient alleging that he had been referred to the respondent from the VA Community Care Department. The records showed that respondent saw the patient 9 times while his license was lapsed. On or about June 9th of 2025, the board investigator sent respondent a notice of complaint letter informing him that a complaint had been filed against him for alleged unlicensed practice. That notice of complaint is attached as Exhibit 5. At the time the complaint was filed, the respondent had not followed up with the board or made effort to resolve the deficiencies with his pending reinstatement application. On or about June 10th of 2025, the board investigator contacted respondent by telephone and confirmed that he had received the notice of complaint letter. The respondent admitted that he had continued to practice after his license had lapsed because he assumed there was a grace period in which to submit the additional documentation. He admits that board staff never told him there was a grace period, and he did not contact the board staff to discuss it. Later the same day, the board received a packet from respondent that included a privacy disclosure, a copy of a Social Security card, a copy of his birth certificate, a partial CE broker printout showing outstanding continuing education credits, an agenda for a continuing education seminar, and the $75 reinstatement fee. On or about June 19th of 2025, the respondent admitted to the investigator and the attorney on a phone call that he had continued to see patients while his license lapsed and had continued to do that after he received the March 2025 deficiency letter from the board and the notice of complaint letter sent by the investigator. An email is attached as Exhibit 6. On or about July 16th of 2025, the respondent provided the board a CE broker printout that showed he had completed the required continuing education. On the same day, the board staff sent him an email informing him that his license had been reinstated. That printout is attached as Exhibit 7, and the email from the board is Exhibit 8. While not a part of the newest allegations, respondent did acknowledge his 2022 renewal, and that on September 30th of 2022, the board received his 2022 to 2024 renewal application. He checked no to the question, have you completed the 36 hours of continuing education for his renewal? And respondent explained he was unable to attend a conference due to the Hurricane Ian. You can see that application as Exhibit 9. And on or about October 18th of 2022, the board sent respondent a letter noticing him for a board hearing to review his application. That letter is attached to Exhibit 10. On October 25th of 2022, the respondent replied to the board's letter requesting an extension without a board appearance. At the November 2022 board meeting, the board did approve a 30-day extension for the respondent to complete his CE credits, but that did have to go to a board hearing. That is attached as Exhibit 12. And at no point in the following lapse of his license in 2024 did the respondent contact the board and request an extension of his continuing education as he did during that prior renewal cycle. The respondent acknowledges those facts and admits that they are grounds for violation in the following manner. He's admitting he is in violation of South Carolina Code 40-9-9010 in that he intentionally violated or attempted to violate directly or indirectly in assisting and or abetting or conspiring to violate a provision in terms of the chiropractic practice, specifically in violation of 40-9-20A that states that no person may practice chiropractic in this state without a license. Also, South Carolina Code 40-9-96, and that he violated a code of ethics or regulations of the board, specifically that he practiced Regulation 25-6B5, and then he practiced while his license was lapsed. And also 40-9-97, and that the holder of the license is guilty of engaging in a dishonorable, unethical, or unprofessional conduct that's likely to deceive or harm the public. I do want to point out, as I was reading this, that I feel like the jurisdiction is probably incorrect, as he was disciplined in 2006 and 2010. 2023 cannot be his initial license date. I do not have a computer in front of me to correct that, but I would ask Mac or Jonathan to correct that, and we can amend that on the record. I'm sorry about that. Do y'all have that? Thank you.
All right. Goodness, do we have a chance to speak to Dr. Scott directly? Dr. Scott, would you be willing to answer questions?
Yes.
All right, so let's open questions up to the whole board. I have a question. Where are you maintaining a license in South Carolina? Where does that come from?
Some time constraints and emotional constraints happened, the last year. Looking back on it, I don't have any excuse for that, and I do apologize to the board. I do understand how important this is.
But it really is the golden ticket and what allows you to function in this state as a chiropractor that you have hundreds of thousands of dollars invested in, and largely what your life is wrapped around. So is there another issue that we need to be aware of?
No, sir.
I may be misunderstood, counsel, but is there a question in regards to when he first started practice in the state?
Right. I do not believe that date in the memorandum of agreement is correct. I don't think it can be since he's been disciplined, but I don't have. Can y'all look that up in relays and let us know what that is?
Yes, the first initial the first initial license date is March 4th, 2003.
2003.
I'd like to amend the memorandum. First, I'm sorry, for housekeeping purposes, I would like to enter the memorandum agreement as an Exhibit 1. And after admission, I would like to amend paragraph 1 under jurisdiction to reflect the accurate date, as Mac said.
Ms. Sheila, wondering, I'm looking at page 34, and it looks like, and 35, looks like we've got a complaint, April 23rd, 2025, from a patient who stated they developed incontinence following treatment. Is that part of the question today, or is it just not renewing the license properly?
For you today is just renewing the license. That was a separate matter.
Any other board questions?
And just to reiterate, Doctor, you have no alcohol issues or drug issues or anything in your past that would keep you from trying to maintain your license in an active status?
No, sir. This past year, a year ago, my mother died, so taking care of her, helping my dad take care of her consumed a lot of my time and emotions. However, looking back on it, I don't feel like that's a good enough excuse. I failed to get those hours, and I do admit that.
So was the failure to renew more because you didn't have the continuing education, or did you just not renew?
Both.
Have any continuing education at all that year or the past 2 years?
Yes.
How many
And I-
hours did you have? Do you know?
I had many hours more than was needed. They just were not allocated properly to in-person versus online, et cetera.
So what was about the mix? Was more than half of your hours in the wrong category, or did you believe that you had satisfied the requirements for South Carolina?
I knew I had not. I knew I had not gotten the hours, and I assumed incorrectly that as I got those hours after the deadline, that my license would be retro-instated, and so that was a mistake I made, an assumption.
I have a question, Dr. Scott. As we get ready to enter into a new renewal cycle, coming up here, have you been working on continuing hours for this upcoming cycle?
Yes, I have 94% of it completed, just 2 hours of rules and regulation that are necessary for this cycle to be complete.
I have a question. You knew that your license was lapsed, but you chose to continue to practice anyway. What your justification was and why?
I assumed my license would be retroactively instated. As soon as I was told that I did not need to practice, I stopped practicing.
What date was that you stopped practicing when you realized that?
I don't recall the exact date, but I was on the phone with someone, I believe, with the board.
That was a phone call with me and the investigator, I believe, June 19th of 2025. So after the notice of complaint went out for unlicensed practice.
Information for me, had he already seen the VA patients with a complaint that he was practicing without a license at that time?
The complaint was initiated with the VA patient.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Ms. Shealy and then Dr. Scott, would you like to make closing statements?
I'll just say that the respondent clearly was practicing without a license. Respondent knew he was practicing without a license, and in 2022 had shown that he did know how to ask for an extension. So I would leave it in your discretion.
All right, and Dr. Scott?
I apologize. I did make a mistake. It won't happen again. And I don't feel like, and I would hope you don't feel like I'm a danger to the public. And I would also simply request possibly for a lesser fee, financial fee. That's all.
All right, so the memorandum of agreement and any additional information presented today is submitted, and the board will take it under advisement. Is there a motion to go into executive session for legal advice from our vice counsel?
I'll make a motion that we go into executive session.
In favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. All right, so we are approaching. out of executive session. And does anyone have an idea about a motion they would?
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion in regards to this situation with Dr. Dreyer. I would recommend a $1,500 penalty. I would recommend and I would like to recommend a public reprimand.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all in favor on the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The motion carries. The decision we announced today expresses only the basic elements of our ruling in this case. Counsel for the board will prepare a document which more fully expresses our conclusions in the appropriate language and format which the board has traditionally used. The final written decision must be approved by the chairman of the board and will be the final order in this matter. Dr. Scott, you're free to leave.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask that we go into executive session for legal counsel?
Of course, you make that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. I think we're on agenda item 11 out of 21. The renewal reminder did go out, is that correct, Matt?
Well, the verifications for the renewals, you should have received an email from the board just verifying your email address, preparing you for renewals, and we'll be sending out the renewal notice sometime in July, around the beginning of July. And so you'll have 30th to have your license renewed.
On the similar thing, Mac, and we talked about this earlier, I don't know if we're in an executive session or not, but do we not have a problem getting records from CE brokers to notify us if somebody is not in compliance with all their hours? Has that not been an issue for us?
Well, and during the renewal process, that's one of the questions on our renewal application. When you're completing your renewal application.
But we don't have any communication with CE brokers to give us heads up that, hey, this guy's 2 hours short, or...
There is a check in the system that will let the licensee know whether or not you're compliant with CE broker. While you're doing the renewal, it's going to say whether you're compliant or not compliant with CE broker.
That's between the doctor and the CE brokers, though, but we don't have any communication as a board.
No.
Is that
no.
correct?
We poll them. Can we go, hey, CE broker, you're our deal. We want all the people that have a South Carolina license that do not have their continuing education for this current cycle.
Well, once the renewal is complete, we can. But like I said, during the renewal process, the doctor is going to let them know whether they're compliant with CE broker or not.
So is it a direct link? Like if you say verify, will it go out and look and tell you where you are? Or do you have to go independently on another?
Well, we're going to have a link there so you can go to your account and, sign in and take a look at it if you need to.
All right, Continuing Education Committee, verify members.
I just want to verify that our members who we have on the CE committee. I don't know, Dr. Kuhn is going to be coming off, and I don't know if we want to add any members to the committee. Dr. Kuhn, Dr. Thigpen, Dr. Garris, and Dr. Henry.
All right, let's make sure that Martia can some sort of issue.
Okay. And so,
Anybody else have an interest in approving continuing education for the? Dr. Hughes, let's add her there too.
That would be good to have some more manpower because we had, at one point, a bunch of them piling up, and now we're all caught up and it's going fine. But we had one CE provider that I think that was anxious for us to get one wrapped up. And
You also submitted like 20 in a row too.
Right. But more would lighten the burden, I think.
Hearing officers.
For the hearing officers, we just want to verify the hearing officers that we have approved for the board. Dr. Kimball and Dr. Kloss did accept to be hearing officers. And inside of your packet, I have a list of the officers that we have approved for the board. And of course, one. Want to remove any names or add any names. Yes, he will have to come off.
Now, the people on the hearing officer on the list, have they actively participated recently? I mean, and the only reason I ask is that looking at these appointed in the 2015, 2016 cycle, so are they being called upon?
They have. the newest members haven't participated in anything as of yet because we haven't really had a whole lot of cases. But Dr. Johnson, he has recently participated. I think Dr. Grossman.
So they're still willing to do the job?
Yes.
All right, very good.
Question, we're losing Harvey, so that puts us at an even number. Does it matter if we have an even number or an odd number of hearing?
Doesn't matter.
Next item, expert reviewers.
Wanted to verify our list of expert reviewers that we have. I have a list in your meeting material of all the expert reviewers we have, and I just want to confirm this list to make sure this is who we want to have as expert reviewers.
And does that still include Dr. Doug? Got a conflict on the expert review? Because it was an IRC conflict.
Do you think there will be a conflict as him being an expert reviewer and on?
No, on the IRC part, I think that's the, with Iva here as a family member. But there's no problem with, I mean, it's sainted Dr. Doug Hughes. There's not a problem with him being a reviewer, is there?
I don't think so, but I'll lean on our vice counsel.
What's their job that they do?
Yeah, sometimes there are gray areas in practice, and sometimes the members, maybe want to get an expert's opinion, another doctor's opinion, and it could be a specific area of practice that they need to get an opinion in. That's where our expert reviewers come in, and that will be part of the investigative process. That review will be provided to the committee. Sometimes the expert reviewers can be called to provide testimony on their report.
Possibly put Dr. Kuhn or Dr. on there.
Board.
Both of those names is possibly serving another capacity, one being an alternate for the other, and if, you know.
You guys are worried about Doug being on it as a conflict? Take him off, put either Mark or Mike on. That work?
Well, the question is there a conflict? Is there a conflict?
I'm so sorry to interject. If you guys want this on the record, could you? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't be a problem because their roles are different. Adding expert for the people to consider whether or not there's goes to the IRC brings it forward.
Okay, so let's leave it as it is then.
And Dr. Hughes, this is your father-in-law, is that right? So
Sorry?
this is your father-in-law?
Yes.
And is he wanting, I know he's been practicing a long time, does he want to continue? That was one of the thoughts we had. Some of our folks who have a long, long history of service, are they still interested in?
He would.
Okay.
He'll do
great.
anything to help. He doesn't care. Like that means never going to retire. So you're good.
Safe to jump to endonasal cranial facial release. I have a question. As I understand it, it's putting in some sort of balloon apparatus into nose and expanding that, and that making a change, that not piercing an orifice. Or am I wrong with how that works?
Board previously, before I got on the board, made the decision to allow internal TMJ and coccygeal adjustments. Oh, I don't see how this is any different.
Yeah, I think we already discussed that and agreed that this works. They're wanting information on what adequate training means.
Something that could be considered investigational, and that there's not a great deal of scientific studies, just a couple of case reports, but a lot of procedures have not been validated through evidence and yet are not illegal. And this is something that has been part of SOT, sacro-occipital technique, and I did a little bit of reading on it, and it appears that Life West has endorsed a continuing education program, and in years past, National University of Health Sciences has included this, as has Logan University. So at least 3 chiropractic colleges have taught this as a postgraduate procedure.
Life West, apparently they have a seminar.
El Torto, I believe.
El Toro, yeah. So apparently, it's in a seminar also where you got 18 hours.
So in the past, we've always, of the opinion, if it's taught at a school, we would allow it. So what is the question exactly? How much training do they have to have, or just the fact that we accept it if it's taught, and then it falls on them to have adequate training?
It's from the PSCA, so they're wondering how. Their 2 questions are, in our rules and regulations 25-5E, we have a list of approved machines by the board, and an inflatable balloon is not one of them. How can the board find this an acceptable procedure is question 1. Then 2 is just clarity, a working definition on what adequate training means.
Right, we have Dr. Hoskins here, who's Pasadena State Chiropractic Association Executive Director. Can you add color and flavor to this for us?
Other than loving to be with you all, every time you gather together, I was asked to come and speak about specifically the question of adequate training. When that was left for this technique at the meeting approved, that didn't sit well with us. What is adequate training? Certified process, is it through the PACE program, or is it just a 2-hour weekend? Is it reading a manual? I've seen this taught at a seminar at a vendor's booth where they were selling them, and they just like, here, this is how you do it. Is that adequate training? So we wanted, especially from some of our, this could be a very traumatic thing and there could be complications. not just invading an orifice, we're putting, or they are putting a numbing agent on it. Is that also part of our scope? They put a numbing agent on the thumb spot to allow it to go to the back part of the nasal passages before they squeeze the tube, blow the balloon up. Is it specific enough? But the question that I was assigned to come and ask was, what is adequate training? Because that was all that was left with when we asked about it last meeting. Certification, is it as it's been brought that, Del Tordo has an 18-hour program? And then the PSCA is very, very, very concerned about naming individual for-profit organizations in statutes as a certifying agency. So would like something that's like more than just adequate training. It's like a program approved by state CE, by a school, something like that, more than just adequately trained.
What's the best way for us to create a rubric for the what's considered adequate?
I don't think any colleges are including this in the core curriculum that I know of, but Sherman has an elective on sacro-occipital technique, and I do not know what that elective entails.
And I'm not questioning whether the board has already approved the technique. That's not what I'm bringing into question. I'm asking what is adequate training? What we're asking for clarification on.
I think that's fair. I think when this first came on the table, our discussion was what to your point, not trying to name private organizations as the certifier, if you will. And I think we got stuck there, and I think we do need some clarity on that piece.
But South Carolina has a CE committee. Adequately trained, to me, would be approved by state boards, approved by, we already have, I believe, some sort of working relationship with the program, as well as, potentially down the road, the credentialing program Dr. Alick is heading up or part of. Again, without naming specific for-profit organizations in regulation, how can we better word this than just, well, I was adequately trained. I sat with the guy for 3 hours. It's a really simple thing.
Right.
You stick it in, you blow it up. You do it on each side. Hopefully their nose doesn't bleed, and we're going to do it 4 times over 3 weeks. Is that adequately trained, or is there a protocol that they need to go through? And again, this would set precedents for anything brought further. Adequate. We don't feel it's sufficient for a regulatory board statement on a procedure.
I don't have any disagreement with that, but I would tell you usually what we've based things on in the past was if you were going to be sued for malpractice, would you have the ability to defend what you did? And this is a very out-of-bounds chiropractic approach to things. So would you be able to defend those actions and that treatment protocol based upon the training that you received? So we would normally in the past look, it's going to be on your background, your studies to prove that you have adequate training and clinical experience to perform that function. And obviously, if you win the malpractice case, then you obviously did. If you lose the case, maybe you didn't. But I think it's a fair question for the state board to answer. You mentioned PACE. Unfortunately, PACE is off the record right now because it falls under the FCLB, which was just closed over taken by the NBCE. So that PACE program is up in the air, so we wouldn't have any way to speak with them.
Sorry to interrupt, but we would also be strongly against naming an organization like profit. But we can, I think there are words that can be put adequately trained or properly trained. So that if I were sued for malpractice using this technique, I can say, I followed the board's recommendations and they said it had to do this. Tell me out, you said adequately trained and I sat with a guy for 3 hours. Is that adequately trained or not? Post facto. You see where I'm coming from?
Oh, absolutely. And so my question to you would be then, do you have a recommendation at this time in regards to the number of hours of training that you would recommend from your organization?
I would like to see the states take back control. In South Carolina, we have the premier chiropractic school in the world. The board should be strong enough to say, if we approve it, it's good enough. So if it's a CE-approved course somewhere in our organization, that CE course approval should be adequate training. Saying adequate training, I think, is too vague for what the board's mandate is to protect the public. I think it has to be, I believe, and we believe, it needs to be a little stronger worded so that we, us, South Carolina, the profession of chiropractic is protecting the public by making sure anybody using this procedure has adequate training according to whatever CE standards are set for approving a course for it.
So what I'm hearing is you're saying that anything that would be CE certified, you would be happy with. Is that correct?
Yes, if the board approves for the CE, we are satisfied with that as a adequate training threshold. Question?
I believe it does. Thank you.
So would adequate and approved training fit the bill?
Approved training? Adequate, I think approved, and I think, again, because of who we are in South Carolina, our history, our present status with the Sherman College, where we're leading things across the board in the profession, I think approved by our CE committee, something like that would even be, that might fall under the approved.
Are you recommending that we put a minimum number of hours?
So if we
That would
had,
be up to the CE. I'm not trying to just say for this, I think setting a precedent for, somebody comes in with a new technique, and it's a great technique, train it. I don't want you to have to sit through an 8-hour training program if that's not what's appropriate. The CE committee at the board level, y'all are professionals, you got elected to your seats, say, this is what we need for that CE. We approve that technique based upon these CE requirements that you have to take in the state of South Carolina.
so if we had a recommendation from the Continuing Educational Committee for the board, that you would be satisfied with that? Okay, thank you.
And again, it's the thing I'm standing here for is the wording of adequate training.
Well, if we remove the word adequate training and say whatever the level of the Continuing Education Committee has decided upon, we would consider that.
We would be much more happy with that than
Thank you.
One thing I've been thinking is, we accept courses that are taught in colleges, ACA, ICA, PACE program, but if they approve something that's outside the scope, we still have the ability to say, no, we can't do that. Example, New Mexico, where they have DEA licenses for prescription drugs, animal chiropractic may be something that's allowed. It doesn't mean it's going to get automatically approved. So if PACE approves animal chiropractic, it doesn't mean that we have to say we're going to accept those hours. So the board retains the authority, but the ACA, ICA, accredited college, or PACE language is intended to be a labor-saving device so that they pre-screen some of this stuff.
Don't know if that was a question, but I agree wholeheartedly with that. South Carolina needs to retain autonomy in this. Well, as a state, I'm that kind of. Yes, absolutely. We need to retain our autonomy, especially at this professional level.
Action item? Do we need to do things? What do we?
We now make a motion today that we would recommend that I forget the name of it, the balloon insertion protocol be overseen by the Continuing Education Committee, and whatever they recommend as valid training, we as a board accept. No, I thought they're not looking for a time limit, so whatever the committee decides, and it may take them a little while to decide whatever that training might come to.
Not a simple thing, because this is a procedure that could be considered experimental, yet it's been around for more than 80 years, and some chiropractic colleges have taught it, and whether or not I personally think it's a good idea or support it is a different question entirely. But then the question, how much training is needed, is a difficult question to address, considering it's a procedure that many would call experimental or unproven.
But doesn't that fall to the Committee of Continuing Education?
And again, I want to be clear. We're not just only concerned about the procedure. It has its own issues. The board approved it. We're not arguing with that. We're concerned about the language becoming a precedent.
I think at a minimum, a training program should cover the anatomy, proper assessment or analysis of the patient, indications, contraindications, and some hands-on practice at a CE program, such as what's been done with dry needling, things like that. So.
Not necessarily.
I believe you hit the nail on the head. I think we understand your concern, and appreciate your time here today.
I appreciate what you guys do. Thank you for serving our wonderful state and our wonderful.
Okay, ready? Foreign licensed chiropractors?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I placed it on the agenda just to kind of get some guidance from the board in regards to foreign educated chiropractors. We got an email from a chiropractor who's educated in France and is looking to come into the United States and come into South Carolina. And so just kind of want to get some guidance from the board as far as education and credential evaluation and just kind of handling foreign educated doctors.
Would he be considered voted the best in France?
Mac, I didn't see, he's not taken any of the NBCE boards, correct?
No,
Okay.
he's just trying to find out about the process here. And I just want to be able to give him the best guidance possible.
Did I see in there we have some services that can compare the transcript with U.S. Chiropractic College? Have we done that yet at this point?
No, I kind of put that information in there. I don't know what the board preference would be as far as any particular service. And so I just kind of put some there, to review. And maybe someone has a service that you would rather use than anything that's already listed.
I can't believe that this issue hasn't come up sooner. Have we not had other foreign graduates coming in?
No. Here, once we starting to get a few emails about questions about foreign educated chiropractors, so that's kind of why we're bringing it up now.
So do we know how these foreign chiropractic colleges and universities compare to American? We have a breakdown of how many hours during every subject and things like that. Will we have to evaluate every program to make sure they comport with what we already have?
Or an international accrediting body that we would perhaps look to for foreign colleges? DCE International, for example.
Years ago, when this first started with Canada, there was an issue with Canadians coming to the United States, United States going to Canada, and formed the World International College Committee. But there was no regulation. I mean, like you said, if you 2,000 hours at Life, you might be 800 hours in France or Spain. So there was really no good correlation. I think pretty much at that time, the thought process would be that they need to go through the NBCE and take parts 1, 2, 3, and 4, and that was the advantage of the NBCE. Same reason that we quit doing individual state testing, to show that it's a fair and even test across the board for everyone. So that was our recommendation about 3 or 4 years ago.
I think taking part 1, 2, that shows if he's got that education.
I don't think that's unreasonable to ask that they pass the boards. If one of us wanted to go practice overseas, we would have to do the same thing, whatever their country requires.
Practice in the state as an American, we still have to take our boards.
Yes.
So yeah, I think that's fine.
What's our state law say? We have to, I think it's literally states you have to pass MBCE, but then and graduate from an accredited university. Or I'm trying to find where's our language. 40-9. Because I think then his question is, I think he's aware he has to take all the boards. That makes sense. But I think what comes into question is, do we consider his education to suffice whatever that second part is, wherever our language is?
It does appear to be an accredited college.
Then there you have it. I think he's good to go once he passes boards.
Education appears to be substantially similar to U.S. college.
Problem is that takes about 3 years to do.
We could add or equivalent, but that would have to go to the legislature, I believe. So.
Did we answer your question, Mac, or do we need further discussion needed?
So we're just gonna accept the transcripts as is without really verifying the education and just require all parts of the national exam. Is that what I'm understanding?
In my opinion, if he can pass the entirety of the national board, he's proven himself.
Free to accept?
Can you use your microphone, please?
I think what you have is you've got to look at section 40-9-40, which is your statutory requirement for qualifications of applicants for licensure.
I think we already have in there or meets equivalent standards. So would that not include international colleges that are accredited?
I think the board would have to make that determination. I mean, you would have to say that this particular college talks about equal status and recognition. So the board know more about the accrediting agency.
I think this is a well-known college in France. I don't speak French, but I believe this is one that's been around a long time and is accredited through the international brand.
You not go through the same process? You're going to submit his paperwork to the board and transcripts and then parts 1, 2, 3, and 4? I mean, isn't that the normal protocol?
Guessing what he's wondering though is should he even take the test if his school doesn't, if we don't take his transfer, then he's probably not submitting anything or taking the test.
Contact the CCE or the Commission on Accreditation and see if his school meets their standards.
Probably could. What's that,
That'd be
Dr. Little?
easiest.
He's head of that.
Yep, that's our move.
I don't know if they would fall up under CCE, probably the international, I guess, arm of CCE.
Yeah.
CE Europe. And I'm looking it up right now, but I do believe it is accredited. Okay, Institut Franco-European de Chiropractic, Paris. I think that's the one in question. So it is accredited by CCE Europe.
Perfect. Then he's good to go.
Well, the American CCE accept the European one? Do they have the same standards?
That's going to be on the NBCE, right?
I would think NBCE would not let him take the test if he hasn't met the requirements. And I believe it's sufficiently difficult to take the test in one's native language, so taking it in a second language would be quite a challenge.
That does bring into a thought process. With the new center in Greeley and all their capabilities, I wonder if they will have the option to test Italian, Spanish, French. Because there will be more international students that probably want to.
I received an inquiry from a German-educated doctor of chiropractic, and he had a similar question, and I invited him to contact the board staff, and I don't know if he ever did, but I think it would be the same process. Is it accredited? Is it a recognized college? And then would he be willing to go through the U.S. board exams?
It was accredited, though, correct? By European?
The doctor that is in question right now is a graduate of an accredited European chiropractic college that is the CCE equivalent, but in Europe.
Feel good about it, Mac?
If the board is okay with that, I'm fine with it. This is the international CCE, or it's just, you said it's the European
Yes, sir.
version?
It's cce-europe.org.
Okay.
And that's the European Council on Chiropractic Education, and they specifically list his school, the Institute Franco-European of Chiropractic, however you would pronounce that in French, and that is the ifec.net. So it is a accredited college. It has been accredited since 1996, and the next review is 2027. So I'm satisfied that it is an accredited chiropractic college.
So in terms of the delegation to Mac, basically what are the criteria that we've got where he could basically grant a license if the criteria is met?
Yep.
Would that be a motion that someone would make? Record would be clear in terms of what the delegation is?
I would make a motion that we accept the doctor's education and require that he pass NBCE Parts 1 through 4, and if so, be granted a license.
We clean it up a little bit, because I feel like we're just tailoring it just for him. But I think we need to open it up for other applicants as well that are foreign educated. So I guess applicants who graduate are foreign educated who are accredited by
CCE.
The EC.
education is accepted by the board, and if they meet all other requirements, then staff can.
Other resources we could look at potentially would be the World Federation of Chiropractic or World Health Organization, and see if these colleges are recognized.
Mr. Hoskins is raising his hand in the back. Maybe he's got.
IACE, the International Association of Chiropractic. Dr. Myron Brown is the Executive Director. Colleges globally, not just locally. Colleges around the world too. So the IAC may not be.
And could that be thought of as a more modern version of the Straight Chiropractic Academic Standards Association, which we have listed in Section 40-9-40 as an acceptable program?
That is the international version of, it's morphed, it's more robust, but it is directly from that.
Okay, so we already have that in the Section 49-40.
Also, though, as a board, you're mentioning international branches of, wasn't aware if you knew it or not, but that's the international branch of that organization.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a resolution, Mac, that you feel confident, any other person that would call in?
Yeah, I just think the motion just needs to kind of any foreign educated applicants who are accredited, the education program is accredited by the European CCE, be accepted by the board.
Do we want to limit it to Europe, or do we want to look at Asia or other, because this may continue to be an increasing thing if more people are seeing that, you know, Forbes says Greenville's the best place to retire in the country or whatever, and everybody wants to move to South Carolina, we may get more international applicants.
Or can you say international CCE?
Yes.
Should we add and other organizations judged equally by the board?
Or equivalent? And Dr. Hoskins, it's IACE, is that correct? Okay. Want to list that one also?
Toss it in there. Why not?
That is, looks like Sherman and New Zealand College at present.
Okay, is that clear? Who can put all that together in a delegation?
Dr. Henry, you want to restate your motion with all that in it?
Yes, I would like to, do we want to limit it to this one applicant or make it more broad? Is that the?
Broad.
Okay, so I think the motion that I'd like to make is that when receiving applications from international graduates, that we accept applications from those who have graduated from CCE, SCAZA, IACE, or international equivalents thereof.
Second.
Four boards, 1 through 4 boards in BT, or can that be left off?
I think that's under a different section.
Okay, I just wanna make sure.
think this would only be the qualification for application, that they have to have an undergraduate education, and they have to have a Doctor of Chiropractic. So we're only addressing the section 40-9-40 qualifications of applicants for licenses, and we're broadening that to include international applicants, as well as updating the name of what was once called SCAZA. Now it's basically a new entity, IACE.
Right, so we have a.
Second.
Oh, okay, double second. Any discussion? All right, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. All right, we've adopted that. NBCE FCLB 2026 Annual Meeting, the update.
I don't know if any of the members want to provide an update, the experience at the.
Atlanta's great. The business, in my understanding, that which was all the rights, duties, and responsibilities of FCLB is now a committee inside NBCE. Mike, is that your understanding?
Absorbed the FCLB. They didn't even add them to the name. They just said that you will know that FCLB still exists based upon some of our sub-chapter notes. So they've completely been reabsorbed. And again, as I reiterated, so I'm not sure what this organization will take from that. As long we were a regulatory organization, and now we're a testing organization. So kind of a loss, in my opinion, a 100-year loss.
But the duties and responsibilities and the products and the blast and the connection is still in there, but as a committee of the larger organ, I think.
Everybody I talked to, they said, well, it hadn't been worked out yet. We're working on it. So there was no clarification, and that was my argument. They kept calling for a vote because they said that, well, the charity of the NBCE was giving $250,000 a year to the FCLB to keep them afloat. And they said, and it'll be up in a short time period, it'll be up in a short time period. So I asked, I said, when is the time period?
9 years.
It was going to be 2033. And I said, that's like 7 years down the road. Why do we have to take a vote today? But the politics of the situation is they just ramrodded through the vote. They needed 22 votes. They got 23. They barely passed. And it's this parent organization for sure. And again, everybody I talked to, I said, well, what's this? How's this going to work out for you? We don't know. We're trying to work that out and figure it out. I would thought that those fine details should have all been worked out and everything been in place well before the vote took place, but obviously it didn't.
Anybody else that was there that had a comment, or someone that didn't go there and had a comment?
Well, I'll just add, Mr. Chairman, that was my first annual meeting, so it was of course tedious, spending most of a week, away from home and sitting through conferences. But there was a lot of educational benefit to me as a relatively new board member. So I think a couple of topics they touched upon. Artificial intelligence was a big one that they talked about. And then, of course, we had Dr. Carl Cleveland III, and it was a great historical perspective going back to, I think it was his great-grandmother who was a chiropractic patient and started that dynasty. So I enjoyed the conference. I found it to be valuable. So I'm glad I was able to attend. And look forward to going to more of these types of things because it's nice to interact with people in other states and see how they're handling issues.
Will these continue now that there's this merger, or what will that?
I definitely think that you should attend the next meeting so that you have a feel for, is this really just a testing organization now, or do we still get some regulatory information? I think that will be important for the next annual meeting.
For anybody who wasn't there, we had a good talk on the opioid crisis, and we had a doctor who's the current chair of the Tennessee State Board of Medical Examiners, and he's a recovering opioid addict and now is an advocate for non-opioid options. So that was a great talk, in my opinion. And one of the things that he touched upon was that as a doctor, you have more resources to get help than the average person, but we need to maybe have a pathway for our recovering professionals, which I think we've done that.
Sure.
Dr. Hoskins.
The voting is done by paddle, is that what I understand?
Normally, that's how it works.
So our question is, how a vote? Did you vote no or abstain or not raise the paddle?
South Carolina did not accept the paddle. We had advice from council that we could not participate, so we didn't.
The way that worked then concentrated yes votes, because the way we understand it is they counted the number of people that actually voted and took the 2/3 from that number by not even accepting a paddle, concentrated the yes votes.
That's not correct. The individual there, I forget his title, accountant, the attorney, said any absentee vote would be counted as a no vote.
Okay, so help me understand, because I'm not,
We abstained, South Carolina abstained, so that would be considered legally a no vote.
and how many state organizations are part of the vote?
There were 33 states there. They needed 22 to get a majority, and they got, it was not, the vote will not be published for whatever reason, but
That was a clarification we needed, because again, we feel South Carolina needs to be sovereign in what it does, and by not even picking up, by the way we understood, they're not picking up a paddle that concentrated the yes votes.
that's not correct. They were very clear.
Well, thank
The
you.
legal attorney for the MBCE and the FCLB both stated that an absentee vote would be considered a no vote in this situation.
That was the clarification we needed, to understand how we're represented. And
Well, your representation will never be counted because they will not release what states voted yea or nay.
opportunity to ask that question.
Sure.
All right, let's do some of these NBCE, FCLB, actually NBCE, going back, gosh. NBCE Part 2 Test Development Committee, approve a member to attend. Who would like to go?
What's the date on that one?
June 25th through 27th.
That in Greeley?
I believe so.
I'm going to be doing Part 3 in physiotherapy end of the month. I would be willing to consider doing some others if nobody else wants to go. I'm doing Part 4 tomorrow, going to Atlanta. So, but I'm
The
not.
last
I'm
one.
not. I'm not ruling out doing Part 1 or 2 if the board wants me to do it.
Part 2. No, I can't do the Part 1. You guys need somebody, I can do the 25th and 20th.
Have a motion to accept Dr. Hughes to go to first one? Second? All right, very good. All in favor of sending Ivan?
You could put me down as the motion.
Say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, good. All right. All in favor officially? Aye. All opposed? Nay.
And I'm just checking my calendar, Mr. Chairman, if
Oh, I'm sorry.
if you
Sorry.
want me to do one of them. So.
Okay, for the next one, September 17th through 19th, who would like to attend that one? All right, I will go ahead and volunteer to be the alternate if someone doesn't want to go, or we can't find somebody, if you will accept that. But I would rather it be one of y'all.
Dr. Kuhn, you're going to send you, and you're going to be the alternate? Oh, you're not going. Oh, you're not going. Okay, I'm sorry, I misheard. So, we're looking for somebody.
So it's test writing, and a lot of times they have some questions they need you to verify because the academicians will write questions that don't comport to be the truth in practice. Tractors and things that are, oh, well, you couldn't actually expect to see those things. So it's more refining questions.
One we're talking about now is September 18th.
17th through 19th.
That's Part 2?
One.
Part 1. You can go ahead and put me down, and I'm make sure I don't have another speaking engagement.
All right. Wait, so-
Then you can put me down. I'm willing to do it.
All right, very good. So all in favor of sending Dr. Henry to Greeley for Part 1 Test Development Committee, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, no zero, no nays, no nays, no nays. Errata. All right, FCLB District 3 and 5 meeting, approved members to attend mid-September. That one New Orleans, or is that one New Mexico?
Orleans, I think the annual meeting for next year is going to be New Mexico.
And who are the people that normally go to these things?
We have to follow the travel policy, 2 members in the administration.
September 10th through 13th.
I'm willing to go or be an alternate, either way.
Willing to go. All right, so
Well, I think we should send our chair and vice chair then, and put me as an alternate, if that's acceptable to the board.
is there a motion for that?
Second that.
Okay, well. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right.
Also, Mr. Chair, can we include myself and also my supervisor? I think she's,
Okay. Is that agreeable?
Yes.
Yep.
So all in favor of including Mac and his supervisor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, so, wow, this is a legislative update.
at our vice counsel.
Right now is that the regulatory issues in terms of
Yeah, they have the small business regulatory freedom, and that's basically reducing regulations for all the boards. One of the bills may have like a sunset vision in it to where regulations not reviewed by this certain period, then they'll be repealed. There are different versions of this bill out there, so it's still going through the process.
have a special, the other option is a special committee that would one was kind of a drop dead situation, and the other one basically had you.
Jack, is there a provision in these bills that, read something where it said if you add a regulation, you have to get rid of 2? Is that already in effect?
Well, that's not in effect, but that
But they're
was one of the
trying.
revisions of, one of the, because there are 2 bills out there, and they're kind of sister bills, and one of them did have a provision in it that if you add a regulation, you'll need to get rid of 2 regulations.
How is that protecting the public? I thought regulations were there to protect people in the public.
Idea is to reduce regulations to make it easier to, conduct business and, you know, to remove.
Get rid of the trial and just go right to the hanging.
Yeah, I don't like that. I'm just saying.
But there's a lot of stuff in
My
South
personal opinion, not the board opinion.
in South Carolina law that's just crazy. Office I used to work out 1,000 years ago required that the Highway Patrol submit all uniform changes to the Secretary of State of South Carolina. So the Secretary of State had to have a book that had the color drawing specifications of the uniforms for the members of the South Carolina Highway Patrol. They throw stuff in, you know, that's a law, but it's just regulatory nonsense if you look at it from some point. So there are probably a lot of things that aren't practiced anymore, things that aren't used, that it would be better just to pull those away. And if you can, you know, if you have a new regulation that you want to promulgate, you might be able to find two that are not good, not worth keeping on.
If you don't.
I think there's even a law in South Carolina that if you are proceeded on a roadway in a motor vehicle, you have to have a horse and a man with a lantern to signify the coming locomobile.
My worry is, what if we have something we want to approve, but we don't find two that are worthy of being dumped out? And we
They would
don't get that new regulation to protect the public?
They would probably end up combining, and we're not going to allow you to do this, and maybe a couple more ands.
I think for the most part, our regulations are up to date because we've used our regulations over the past few years, you know, and made changes as necessary. So that because we have been making changes through.
I think they're fairly concise compared with North Carolina, at least.
Got that settled, the legislative update?
Yes.
And we have one thing left, and that is to adjourn, which requires a motion from y'all.
Second.
All in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. No nay.
Barely going to make it to work.
For next cycle, that's one thing.
I gotta go. I'm gonna be late to work.
From the Columbia area? Okay, that's fine.
And